It is the year 2015. And, of all manner of coincidences, previously, right up to that day, that is the number. Fascinating. Here, in OneWordCom.
Arrived this morning, Commander. We're always glad to have more help down here.
Right, so, to review, we have cash dollar, we have income, digging some holes, we put, networking, communication block here, payment cell probably over there, big ol' strip of workshop and workshop related things out that power generation block down here. Workshop-ish things this way. Science cube over there. The base layout is pretty well in line. Like, people have bothered to go through them. Essentially, you have 10 free squares to do as you wish with. Outside of the... that's the grid less... gunk within. The grid less the bits that are, taken up by mandatory structures or non-synergistic whatchamajigs. There's flexibility on that grid as long as you survive the progression curve necessary to build it up. So, we got satellites in queue waiting to get. Science team was working on beams, and we'll be able to follow up on shells. The tier 1 armor. So we're about to break through into ye mid-game. I got an active team with a couple of lieutenants. Yeah, potentially a full core 4 of lieutenants. Just many folks who get stuck on the sidelines due to wounding. We can count to 5. Perhaps someday soon. The forbidden number spoken of in legend. And... yeah, let's get ready to roll forward. Where, let's see, additionally, I would want to think about... I could afford to just drop a cyber lab in there right now. Cyber lab or a foundry. Since those are part of the workshop block. And I'm not doing anything with meld yet. I have an extensive pile of meld goo. I'll fund foundry first. I'm kind of feeling the idea of eventual team composition being 4 regulars, a mech, and a shiv. Maybe? You gravitating towards that? So for now, Foundry is more general purpose. Mech bots can hold up on building any of the... let's see... World map. Panic situation. Yeah, we're about to have a satellite launch in Argentina to calm them down. And then we could use coverage over Egypt and South Africa, I suppose. Let's... Overall satellite numbers... We need another uplink, and that's being worked on, that's being dug out. Argentina, relax, you're fine. So, satellite reaches Canada, new satellite gets finished, which I will launch in Argentina. Then space becomes available for another uplink. I could just go with a quad uplink or a 5x uplink. Nations will only surrender at the end of month, so you have right up until that line. Convince them otherwise, or at least as a result of panic. They can surrender mid-month as a direct consequence of specific failed missions, like terror.
Commander, the Council is requesting your attention.
A situation?
Coming in now.
The Mafia. Give me some Mafia science. Mafia engineers. Mafia dollars.
We are confident that you'll handle this matter with discretion.
Hell yeah, gonna harvest all kinds of crime. There, let me see here. Did anyone... Nope, all of our wounded are still very wounded, especially Duff. Duff is just annihilated. So, let's see. Yeah, those are our 4 people with actual classes. Means, yeah, woo, you get a color scheme now. You get to be somebody, woo. You still wear the barrel outfit. Now you really make it work. Hell yes.
Oui, commandant. Jawohl, Commander. Avanza la posizione. Da, Commandier. Affirmativo. Solid copy. Affirmative.
Acceptable. You are now ready to Earth defend. Still don't yet have them beams. And yeah, the rest of y'all are interchangeable rookies. Alright, Wilson. Well, actually, not make items available. Did I have... Yeah, did I even have any other gear? Got the med kit for stacks. We got the 2 scope. I don't think we were fielding any other special equipment yet. And we don't have cash for any such things. Yeah, we don't have any nanofiber, no flashbangs, no Reaper rounds.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing your progress.
Look forward to crime for world defense. Earth's finest meth labs, here to serve you.
We're heading into China for the next operation.
You must be my contacts. No one who fears reprisal would make an entrance like that.
Approved!
so different from killing a man?
See, this guy has the right idea. Keep the gun.
For them to realize I'm missing, especially since I've got this.
Keep that.
thing with
You
me.
pick that back. You do not waste a perfectly good gun.
It's all yours.
You're gonna earth defend.
That's our man. And it looks like he's got the package with
Don't
him.
you dare disarm
Get
yourself.
back to the extraction point in one piece.
Nobody opts out of gun
Not to
having
mention the invaders. We'll be looking
in this human army.
New objective received.
You do not have a gun.
I'm not sure what
One can be
was
provided
the
for you.
but he was taking offers from a variety of bidders.
They literally had him do that because they didn't want to implement an armed VIP. The VIP has to be helpless even if he is a powerful crime man who we're going to show is quite capable of killing Earth or Spaceman interchangeably. No, he's gonna be your helpless rube you have to defend. Rather than having even a token gun. What a thing. Yeah, too proud to accept handouts. Doesn't want our charity guns. Alright, so we get across spooky graveyard. Further spooky graveyard. And then spooky roadway. To this building from which evacuation will occur. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's move the rookie up.
I'm on the move.
Ah yes, I have scanamajigs now. A most helpful device. And yes, like all council missions, this is a static map. I believe this is the root mission of the Slingshot DLC. This is the start of that chain. The thing this guy has in the mystery briefcase, that is the slingshot or intel that will lead to it.
Me muevo a la posición.
You know, getting too fixated on taking cover, that's something to avoid.
Strike one. You've got a wave of extra.
Sometimes you don't want to glue yourself. Any particular static object. You want to keep in motion. Stay flexible. Smooth.
Negative damage.
Although, yeah, smooth. Good work, everybody. Way to completely ignore the other one. That is certainly a plan y'all hatched. Let's see, how best then to address the other thin men over there. Perhaps just with a gun? I'll leave that on the table as an option. Let's see. And you also gun at 59, alright. How about you? You good to gun? Alright, I have several gun capable. And can maneuver further gun into position. So for now, let's just low ride.
Поправка на ветер.
All your friends know.
In Bewegung.
I suppose you were then. Suppose I didn't get a chance to note that you had done that thing you usually do. Because the interface decided to show me other things rather than... Well, you're dead now.
Allá voy. Deja de quejarte.
Just another day on the job.
Position confirmed.
The job itself seemed trivial, delivering equipment to a predetermined drop point.
Like, really, Zhang, just take any gun. Do you have a knife? Maybe a club? Do you know any fighting arts? I can arrange for you all manner of earth defense tools. Just say the word. Gun. The word is gun. Just say gun and receive gun.
That's affirmative.
Once I saw this device, I began to fear the implications of our involvement.
Would you like to perhaps implicate that device in the direction of our enemy? Involve it in defending the Earth. Just scooch up there. There's no time limit here, so I feel just 100% not under pressure to move forward. There will be negative haste. This is a nice casual jaunt. Perfectly ordinary, off the books, crime adventure. Actually, wait, you know, how far can I hook a scanner? Really far. Nice. We will slide you forward then.
Координаты получены. Сканер включен.
We found the spaceman.
I've crossed many lines during my life, but now we all face a common enemy.
Yep, that's the thing, man. Just pre-crouched and waiting. Doing as he do. And yes, Jared, we all face the common enemy of a shortage of armed local forces to support our efforts. By having gun. Would you like to gun, Shang? Don't be shy. Alright, let's probe.
Look sharp, enemies rolling up.
That thin man has been crouching in this graveyard for the last 12 hours, waiting for a chance to backflip at someone. That is dedication to a job. Won't fault him for it.
Объект уничтожен.
Won't fault. Will kill. It's customary. This is our culture. This is how we communicate. The gun brings understanding. Gun is a tool of peace.
Let's do this.
Heads up, Commander. We've got an intermittent contact. It's something different from the others.
Oh, hi there, single token bear. How nice to meet you.
Daño negativo.
Don't you wish you had a gun now, Shang? Now that we're in bear country.
I'm on it, Commander. Enemy in sight.
Yeah, wake him up. Wake him up so we can light him up. Come at me, bear.
Move into position.
Well, I'll actually duck back to here. Just so that if our Neo Bear friend here decides to pursue, he'll skitter over this way, and that'll make sure that he's in line of fire of the rest of the gang here.
огонь! Мне стрелять нечем!
Okay, bear nearly solved. Wilson, you gonna eat that? Job well done. A rank well earned. That's thinking with your Earth defense.
Position bestätigt.
Aye, aye, Commander.
I'm not fond of the new bear design. It's really bland. Oh, look, it's a Zergling covered in rocks. Astounding.
Я снова в строю.
You just take you take a kind of stock generic copy of what has already become a stock generic space monster, and just glue some rocks on it. Just paint it neon. Like, yeah, the bear itself, obviously inspired by the Gigermorph, the Xenogig. That common source.
Alles wieder im grünen Bereich.
It's like, are you gonna do something with it?
Me muevo en la posición.
And also importantly, like, the Gigermorph itself and Bear Mark 1 from OneWordCom, the Hyphen Bear, the original beastie, part of what makes them weird and unnerving and monstery is that they walk on two legs like people sometimes, while still being a weird fucked up crab monster. They got like a posture to them.
Ready to engage.
Here, it's okay, it's a bug.
Bestätige.
Here's your next enemy. It's a space crab. Woo! Space crab.
Есть. Выдвигаюсь.
Like, we got the corpse sprawled and ragdolled out over here. You can just look at it. What is distinctive about this creature? It's got hooks for all of its limbs. So it's a spider monster. Glowy bits. It's there. Okay, mission, if you would like to throw any more enemies at me, the war gazebo is now open for business. Yeah, it's blue-purple, you know, blurple. It's just kind of the platonic form of if you ask someone to draw a generic space monster, that's what it would be. Just an Urple spider with knives for hands. tip to toe. That's a space thing.
Enemy forces headed your way, Strike One.
And like Hyphen Bear, it walks on legs, and its like regular appearance is really smooth and clean, and it has like the tiny face on the front of it, just the tiny little dot eyes poking through the shell. Where when you see it alive, you just get the tiny dot eyes, and then when you see it dissected, you see the big old meaty grin, and the much larger eyes hiding behind the tiny eyes. It tells a story in like 3 images. Smooth. Man, what a rough position you've been thrown into there, Shang. If only you had a gun. Might I interest you in a subscription to Gun? Oh, of course it's watched. Thanks, Sectoid! What a good boy. Look at what he's done to himself now. What a helpful monster.
Out of ammo here.
Fine, upstanding citizen. And I can almost sprint him to the end zone. Settle for a little scooch. Alright, there. Now he can touch base, and anything he provokes by running to base, we will then respond to in due time. Or the mission might just be over.
I am alive. But the life I had is gone now. Funny that my life should take such an unexpected path. Turning my back on old friends to defeat a common enemy.
Why doesn't he have a portrait? Well, why are we hearing his monologue? But for that dial, why not give him a portrait? He has a face. They rendered a face. Why not take a still of that face and then drop it in there when he's talking for this mission? Yes, the good friend he abandoned forever was that pistol he threw away. My gun. My brother. My gun brother. Promotes for everyone. Alright, you know what, Baker, you get to gunsling. Let's attempt a pistol here. And I already have someone going full right-hand side, so woo, you can bullet swarm. And Wilson became another support. Okay. Fair enough. We pulled 2 medals out of that.
We will be in touch, Commander.
Alright, and most of otherwise, situation remains normal.
The new engineers arrived this
Well, let me
morning,
see.
Commander.
Build. No, we haven't finished digging yet. 2 more days to dig. And did we? Yeah, you get Chang as a unit. There he is. Renamed, relabeled. You can also throw out all of his appearance if you feel like it. And he's already a lieutenant. Right-hand rule. Enjoy your moves. Oh, I actually can't quite go all in on the appear. Alright, so he gets to keep his unique model. In whichever outfit I give him. Yeah, big ol' sweater. Just the bomb squad sweater, the Fat Man suit. I can tell him to shave. And I can tell him to die. Let's see, with 200 bucks. I want the money for a new uplink. Alright, just to remind myself, we'll need 100 bucks on the side for that. Which leaves me free to drop 60 on the pile for another satellite, just to have it in the queue. We don't have a machine room yet, but perhaps someday we will. Gonna rip all kinds of limbs.
Commander, our satellite is prepped and standing by for launch. We are ready to deploy it on your orders.
Also, for some folks, it is straightforward wisdom to not deploy your satellites until the last minute in a given month. Just in case the tables flip. Since you get the panic benefit right away. Alright, South America. Have some birds. We have so many dead Thinmen. Need to be sure to gut at least one of them.
Breaking news at this hour. Reports from around the globe indicate a shift in the alien phenomena now affecting cities worldwide. We're now receiving word of outright attacks.
Looks like they've changed their tactics. But why? Why do this?
The Terror.
Message to the entire world that nothing can stop them.
Some of you may find this footage disturbing. We will provide continuing updates as this story unfolds.
Who's this guy? What's his story? Watch out, it's the Knife Bears. Wiggly, screechy, squelchy Knife Bears. Terror in Calgary. Alright, we got Caper back. And with the one heavy out of commission, with both of our other homegrown heavies out of commission, perfect opportunity to sub in Shang. And let's go assign some medals. Claymore Baker. Good. Congratulations, Roy. Decorate yourself. And billions of tiny robots star aim per continent bonus. Yep, scopes, grenades. That is... yeah, still using all available equipment for the subject. Because none of our science has had a chance to go off. Alright, so since this is a fair enough point to just go ahead and be candid about repeating things that have become recurring in my own dialogue space and so forth. So, referring to chrysalids and chrysalid derivatives as bears, I began doing that, I believe at some point during my first Xenonaut streams a ways back, when at some point either in response to an audience question or just on my own initiative, the subject turned to how a team of, soldiers with guns could feel threatened by a wild animal that only has knife hands and so forth to threaten people. Just how could a beast that only does close combat things and isn't even wearing clothing and so forth, how could that be a danger to men with guns? And the answer to that is, have you heard of bear? Are you acquainted with what bear is capable of? Yes, we have such creatures in nature that are meaty enough that it would take a fair amount of gun to subdue one. And between being seen and being struck with gun and succumbing to gun wounds, a bear or other large creature could, easily murderate several humans, depending on the situation. And, the chrysalid, it's like a space bear. Crime has been around for as long as people can remember. Crime has been with us since the beginning. Now here we are in the terror mission. Home to much ambient screaming. Wherein there presently exist 18 civilians. As long as I rescue at least one, we will be terror positive. Like panic positive. In the aftermath of the mission. there are benefits for various thresholds of percentage. I've had to like look up how various mechanics worked before getting to this session, just to be sure I was acquainted. So let's see how to get started. Door? Alright, there's a couple civilian that we can now see. And, alright, another one outside as well. It's gonna be harsh having to pursue this, still with bullets in basic armor. At least we have shine. And we have that this is an edge of the map. So I could just scooch up this way.
Afirmativo.
A boat. Alright, so I'm feeling like I want to capture the roof of this building and then use that as a way to get around, like get my marks folk up on the rooftop, use them to further leverage the map. Keep my more direct gun folk at ground level. Have them conduct the scuffling. Alright, Baker. Hang back there and be ready to shoot at things that come out of the hangar. Then I'll risk putting Ray on the roof next turn. For now, move and... where could I put the sense orb? Potentially many I can recon with the sense orb. Alright. That's a plan. Any other spots it could land? No, but that's a start. That'll at least let me know if there's anything on the roof waiting for me. Alright, sense orb confirms that roof is clear. And let's see, at this point I now have eyes on... around 8 civilians? Am I double counting that one? 7 or 8 civilians. A fair start. Yes, and the map is quite narrow. Let's see what happens. Absolutely nothing. Not even shots fired at civilians. Just a quiet, ordinary day.
Направляюсь на точку.
surprising. Okay, roof civilian, remain calm. A dedicated team of Earth defense professionals has arrived.
Heading out.
Are we sure this is an alien attack and not a hockey riot? I keep trying to tell the funding council that the Oilers are not a type of Xeno. Senator is not a code name for anything. It's just a thing. I wonder, is there a route from these internal catwalks to the roof? Looks like no. You just have to rely on the tubes for roof access, which are at opposite corners of the building. So with that in mind, put you over here. Okay, we have saved our one token human. Come on back, buddy. Our opponents have eaten their one token human. Good. Now everyone can walk away satisfied. This is how we negotiate. Good move, civilian. That's using your Earth defense knowledge. Stay safe. Bears cannot catch you when you are covered in shards of broken glass. You just gotta really roll around in the stuff. Yes, civilian, have you ever considered a lucrative career in Earth defense?
Moving to position. There's something here.
Okay, there's some floatmen. And you can't see them from the... Great. Good. Rooftops just refuse to be good to me. Beautiful. Although that's not going to be murderous damage to either of these. It's a start. Interestingly enough, in Newcom, there's no penalty for having your fire kill civilians beyond just the general, loss of benefits of a civilian died at all. The council doesn't differentiate between regular casualties and mishaps. Dead is dead.
I'm rolling.
Somewhere all along the way to standing here, we had a flank that ceased to be a flank once we hit the roof. It's fine though. Benefits. Everything involved, good and fine. Well and proper. Also, as far as risk to our own soldiers, terror enemies will prioritize civilian murder. Or at least most of them will. Like, some terror units will go after your soldiers preferentially, but most of them just love themselves a good, juicy civilian. Something got eaten. And we know there are 2 bear over there. All in all, things are pretty alright. We're up a point on the scoreboard. The whole Earth defense metric. And the civilians that we're able to keep inside of our zone, they're practically saved.
En marcha. Hostiles avistados.
Okay, I just lit up perhaps unreasonable numbers of soldiers. By doing that, we'll assess that. Play by ear. Okay, I saw and then unsaw the bears that are over there again. So let's see. 2 floatmen down there. The bears remain in this little sliver. And you don't get squad side on either of them. Beautiful. Move up then. Secure this civilian, and then we will do more marksing. Well, let's see now. You corroborate those 2, and the bears are right there then. Just right up in there. Crammed directly into the cusp. If I could just confirm that location, I might be able to orchestrate a rocket? Civilian, please do not hog vital Earth defense cover. I could lob the scanner down there to confirm, but at this point that's a waste. I know near enough where they are.
Heading to that location.
Just need to make a call. I can also just explore my my targeting options here. They are quite limited. Positively bare bones.
Got it. I will take care of it.
There you are. Yeah, that's the uninjured bear. One more remains, unaccounted for. Alright, so I want to deal with the floatman.
Heading there now.
Operating under the expectation that bears cannot climb. Which is perhaps a poor line of judgment, given that actual bears can climb quite well. This is indeed kind of a common signature cause for people to be disproportionately threatened by bears, expecting that gaining the high ground might protect you from an actual bear, when you have in fact yielded the advantage to them, you poor fool. They are quite deft. That's kind of the fundamental thing that is, you know, simultaneously amusing and terrifying about bears. That they have the appearance of such an awkward, doughy, clumsy creature, but are in fact finely tuned predators. How much damage can a shotgun even do? Not enough to subdue this creature. Not on its own. Alright, what if I, like, run and gun over to the upper decks of the boat? That would also give me an angle on the bear. Angles and high ground. Right, so we have 5 damage in shotgun. Alright, your move, space monsters. Whoop! There's a springy boy. Fortunately, these bears are comparatively fair versus the classic paradigm. Yeah, as seen there. We can survive like one stab in our current state. So we have some medical to attend to. Step 1, take your sidearm, subdue this roof bear. Yes, bears can only zombify in Newcom upon landing a lethal blow on a target. And there's also like armor items that give dedicated anti-melee protection. Alright, so that leaves the one known hostile of this bear. And I can certainly suppress or hollow target it. Yeah, with those odds, let's just start shooting it up a bunch. Yeah, there's the starter damage. And now he's tagged. Such that I think the winning move is then to just charge out there and shoot him in the face. It feels like a high caliber move, or I have good accuracy from right here. Slay bear from the comfort of your home.
Nailed it, Commander.
Nailed it! Surgical. Calgary saved forever. Excellent. Even though there's still plasma fire echoing down the streets, now the sports riot has ensued. And let's see, that's 83% of civilians saved. I think that's the top reward tier. I believe that kicks in at 3/4 of civilians surviving. If that is the case, it is then very sizable panic mitigation. Something like 5 points in the target country, and then 2 on the continent, and then 1 globally for everybody else. Everyone survived some fine Earth-defending action. Thicker smoke. Or potent smoke. That continues to sound useless. Even though I'm building you as a pistol, you still take a scanner. Scanner is just good. Good, proper, useful. New metal.
watching.
Alright, yeah, Panic 1 in Canada, but that's because that's like all the panic that
Sure,
Canada
troops will be
had.
eager to get out there and even up the body count.
Pretty well. And then continent mitigation. So, useful all around.
Commander, we've suffered a number of casualties and haven't found suitable replacements yet. We need to start hiring additional soldiers from the barracks.
Also, his statement there is not a mistake. The term casualty is broader than dead. It's dead and incapacitated by injury. Casualty is just the broad umbrella of people removed from effective combat, which can be a temporary status. One can be counted as casualty, eventually recover and return. So the folks who take a bad plasma burn and spend a month in intensive care, that goes on that register. I think I've already charged most of that bonus, just from the previous session, the fact that no one has died yet. So 10 aim and will, or 10 aim and critical chance, 1 alone. That'll eventually finish charging. Keep on decorating that assault. If that bonus isn't retroactive, then I've made a terrible mistake. But otherwise, that's fine. No worries. Well, we can find out. Let me just go check on you. What are your medals worth? Oh, that just replays the... This doesn't lead to a tell me what they remind me of the... Good! Wonderful. That's football. Anyway, let's see how many hours pass before something else goes wrong.
Access lift operational.
Our worst suspicions may have been true after all. They're not just here for abductions. They have something else in mind.
I mean, if it were just the abductions, maybe we could have negotiated. That could have been fine. I mean, we got plenty of extra people willing to share. Right, drop another uplink in there. And then containment can go on one of the outer columns. Yeah, let me just gray mark it up, $10. Yeah, we'll put the prison over there in the corner.
Excavation satellite coverage now available over Argentina.
Beams! We have learned of beams. Also, not much sense in developing the arc thrower until we have the prison available. Nav computer is good for many things, but yeah, armor. Give armor.
I just don't understand. Why use such advanced technology against innocent civilians?
Such advanced technology as bear. Let's got a lot of weapon fragment going around. let me check what is price of space gun. Price check on beams. 11 alloys and 19 bucks for rifle. 7 bucks and 7 alloy for the pistol.
Picking up some odd transmissions lately. Some nut calling himself Commander Straker has been all over the news ranting about shadow operatives.
Fascinating. Yeah, give me 2 regular beam rifles. Several beam pistols. Foundry ready tomorrow. Council report this week. And we'll have many space bucks to feed into the engine.
Foundry online.
Look at this fine team of guys just hanging around the foundry. Here we are. Home of Project Shiv. And many other technical whatchamajigs. This one being very important. Not scope upgrade. I mean, scope is fine and good, but this. 200 bucks to give everybody a second item slot forever. It's pretty good.
Excavation complete. Incoming transmission.
We are extremely
A whole week without anything exploding.
XCOM project thus far, Commander.
Nice.
Your recent results were beyond our expectations, and that is not a statement this council makes lightly. We will be in touch, Commander.
Be in touch with our accountants.
The new engineers arrived this morning, Commander. We're always glad to have more help down here.
Where, let's see. Want to get a lab operational. Perhaps more specifically, get the gene lab running? You know what? We have the money, we have the power. Start the gene lab. Start the prison. Start a regular generator that I can, like, replace or build up on with a fancy generator later. So I am planning to build regular laboratory and friends all about here. And I can also burrow this way. I'm going to dabble in both Robomen and mutants. Why choose? Alright, so yeah, in anticipation of that, regular generator here. Foundry. Give me that webbing. That cutting-edge, next-generation cargo pants. Crit bonus to scope. Crit bonus to pistol. Aim bonus to pistol. hold off on
I'll
those,
send
since
word
they're
to
also
Bobby Cruz
instantaneous
now.
benefits.
You can follow their progress remotely from the project team in engineering.
And let's see, yeah, just internally reviewing, yeah, 2 laser rifle. That'll be good for now. That's the rookie can have a laser, and supports use laser. Well, supports use rifle.
appreciate your efforts to support the
Everyone else
research team,
uses their
Commander.
more slightly
We're ready to
different
put the new
weapons.
recruits to work in the lab.
And I want some cash on hand to implement this armor, once we figure that out. 4 days! Success! 4 whole days without incident. There, now figure out arc thrower. Since we will have containment facility in that time. There, everyone gets the fancy suit. Hell, everyone gets a space pistol. A second medkit will exist somewhere in the inventory. We're living large here. Throw another satellite on the fire. Use that good Earth defense money. Generator doesn't take very long to build at all. Well, that's energy for a while. Be able to throw in further uplinks or fancier uplinks. Probably fancier uplink, we're on the verge of discovering that. And regular laboratories can get kludged in over here. Spin the wheel. These are the science arms.
Containment facility online.
With these appendages, we extract the knowledge.
Commander to the situation room. Commander to the situation room.
What did Situation Room want? Yeah, just to be aware of the thing I just finished doing. Thanks, Situation Room. I'd never have guessed.
Commander, there's a priority 1 transmission coming in from the council.
Oh, there's additionally also... Hello. Ah, it's time for this! Let's go fishing!
We are confident that
Just as we got our new fishing lasers!
discretion.
And fishing webbing! And fishing armor! Let's go fishing! Yeah! All the latest in Earth defense fishing. Yeah. Good times. You know what? You can have an extra med. You can have one of the medkits. Yes. Both of them may as well be in the field now that everyone has a grenade. Right, heavies don't have a sidearm. Just arm and bigger arm. Good. Proper. Wait, Captain? Doesn't that mean we can count to 6? Stop everything. The number went up.
Excellent. We look forward to seeing your progress.
That means I need another suit of fancy. Hold on. Engineering team. Let me just do some accounting here. Or dead thin men. Somehow I have a feeling that we're not particularly... I don't feel threatened, but I can push some bear corpses out the window. Just a hunch. Maybe we will find more bear pelt somewhere, someday. I see many bear in our future. Bear is abundant. How much for the suit? Yeah, 17. 17 bucks, 10 alloy. That's a good vest.
We're confident that you'll handle this matter with discretion.
And second heavy feels like a pretty good thing to bring here. Just more gun. More gun, more bomb. If anything, maybe tag out one of the snipers for another support instead. But we can move the medkit onto the other support. Is Duff out of the hospital? Duff is out of the hospital. Duff is ready to serve. Duff, let's go fishing. Actually, you know what? Scope your shotgun. Be damn sure. Behold, Cyber Duff. The Duff of tomorrow. Laser Duff.
fishing site. Setting down.
We have visual on perfectly ordinary fishing trip in 3, 2, 1, drop.
The drop site for this operation will be in Canada. Commander, we've been asked to investigate some unusual activity taking place near a small fishing village on the island of Newfoundland. Local government officials were responding to a mayday signal when all contact was lost. From the ship, the village, and the rescue team itself. Strike One will need to move in and secure the area. Let's see if we can find out what happened here. We have a new objective.
We have arrived. Newfoundland. Let's fishing.
D'accord. A la orden, comandante.
Moving out. I am moving.
Coś tam jest.
Perfectly ordinary
Zombies near
Earth
position
Defense
Strike One,
Newfoundland.
which means the chrysalids aren't far behind. We need to find out where these things are coming from on the double. Objectives updated.
Good fishing. Bear fishing. The most dangerous game.
Affirmatif. Ouvrez le feu.
Mediocre. Well, I suppose that's not to be blamed on Kipper. That's the limitations of gun. The bullet age is nearing an end. This is a job for high technology. That was a science noise!
Heading out. I understand.
Andando.
Fortunately, this sort of incident is covered under their provincial health plan. We've already worked out a deal with local governments. The families in question will receive all due compensation.
I am going.
Door-to-door house calls. All part of that good Earth defense standard.
On my way.
En marcha. Przechodzę na pozycję. J'avance.
What is this tambourine wandering around somewhere in the background?
Got it.
Yes, here in New Tom, slaying the zombie prevents it from hatching into bear. Releasing the embryo is a move it must perform.
Got it.
The move that is the miracle of life. Nature taking its course.
Je rejoins la position. Спешу туда.
Are there any interesting places I could wedge the scan orb?
Глаз работает. Ennemi en vue.
Even when bursting with mysterious alien spores, still shows up to work. What a diligent fishmonger. That's that winning human spirit. Exactly what we're here to Earth defend.
Heading to that location.
Je suis en route. J'ai besoin de munitions.
That just seems wasteful. And yet, that might be the move. Just finishing what we start, unless... Could duff this.
Heading there now.
How would pistol accuracy be here? Serviceable. Surgical. That's our duff. It also occurs to me that I could just as well be not bothering with cover since we're fighting things that don't have guns. Unless the unthinkable happens and a gun haver arrives falling out of the sky, which I think they only add that to this mission on higher difficulties. Everybody could just be standing around, gunning freely.
I'm no fisherman. Something about that shark just doesn't look right.
They don't usually undulate on the hook, no. You got that one right, Brad. That is not normal dead shark behavior in the slightest. Unless it's not dead at all.
Going there now.
In which case, we've located our fish. Strike one. Your new objective. Secure that fish.
Will do.
There, it's okay, Duff. You can now bust out full-size laser. Team, please. We are guests here. Be courteous regarding collateral damage. This is a firmly catch and release operation.
We should probably let Dr. Valen know about this. I doubt one chrysalid and a shark was enough for them to overrun this town, though. Keep an eye out for anything else the chrysalids might be nesting in.
Fish. Bearfish. Alright, duff up a little. And let's see, can I get you... I don't think that degree of high ground would give you a firing angle, or would it? If only I had a preview on the subject. Perilous. I could probably appraise some degree of that just by moving Shang up.
Will do.
Get that good partial information. No angle from here. No angle from here either. Watch pile it is. Stuffed. So we continue forward, now suspicious of all abnormally large fish. Howdy, fellas. So everyone brought grenades. Funny that.
I will take care of it.
Everyone also has enough gun. So I can easily create a situation where one grenade would finish the job in general. So I'll just set up some gun kills. And then, if necessary, conclude the festivities. Alright, let's see. You already moved. Duff is the one who's firmly in grenade range. Guaranteed kill shot. Alright, that one's not damaged at all. About that. Not a fan. About that. Not a fan. You have no crit chance against this thing? Really? Alright, you get lightly knifed. Yeah, new bears are far less dangerous than classic bears. What is this nonsense? What is this counting on surviving encounter with bear? Soldiers that are just exploding into a fine meat paste the moment a bear breathes at them. Casual garbage. Nothing can replace the taste of Bear Classic. This tiny, spongy theme park bear. The ones they defang for the tourists. Canned bear safaris for bored accountants. Shameful. These are not the proud, fearsome, earth-threatening animal they once were.
That ship didn't just run aground. It looks like it was overrun. I'd say that's the likely source of our chrysalid problem. I guess we should just be thankful it wasn't a cruise liner.
I've been to cruise liners. You're no cruise liner, Bradford. Though I think I quite thankfully never got the chance to raid the interior of one of those boats.
As you wish. It's killing time. Reloading.
First tentative eyes on boat. Zeri. Note that because of the linear difficulty curve and the way they do health scaling and so forth, the zombies are 3 times as durable as a sectoid. Your basic gray, an actual enemy soldier man combatant thing, is less resilient than a human with a disease. Human with disease is more resilient than your starter human with high-tech body armor and soldierly fitness.
X-ray neutralized. I will take care of it.
Suppose that would also point to something off the bat that's kind of borked, that your rookies are noticeably more resilient than the first enemy soldiers that they come up against. Thematically, we're supposed to be the tiny, frail, spongy underdogs in this war, and yet you spend much of NewCom being a small elite cluster of high-powered super units fending off a horde of fragile monsters, comparatively. It's weird. Yep, there's a boat. I'm also aware that the way one goes about cheesing this mission is that you have, like, one person who's particularly fleet of foot run up and touch the objective while everyone else just chills out back at the spawn point, because we need to evacuate once we're done. But what would Duff do? Those are the sort of tactics for those lacking the stuff.
Координаты получены. Смена магазина.
Roger, Dodger. Moving to position.
Everyone, get on the boat. Look at all these friendly birds milling about.
I'd say we found the source of our infestation. This is worse than we could have imagined. If the chrysalids are using that whale as some sort of hive, who knows how many offspring they can produce?
About a whale's worth?
Our sensor readings are picking up a whole lot of activity.
A whale is a quite large animal, but
You're about to have a lot of company headed your way.
you're gonna run out of whale after a couple of bears.
What we need is an airstrike. If you can reactivate that ship's transponder, we can have air support pinpoint your location and take the whole thing out. Objective update.
So the goal. Touch button. Lose track of the bears we saw on the way to this position. Suppose I could log the scanner onto the whale.
Ясно. Сканирую сектор.
Alright, whale scanner is engaged. Manages to tell us nothing about... weird.
I'm on it, Commander. Position confirmed.
Так есть, кто что.
Maybe they're just gone.
J'y vais.
They're in absentia. There you go.
The target is still standing.
My team. Earth's finest. And yes, the whale is going to keep hatching more bear. Bear who, from precedent set here, are within move range of the button. So anyone I have touch the button will be vulnerable.
Już tam jestem.
It's a fine roll there. Right, so I'm supposed to get something else out of the way. Stacks, you're gonna fall back and shoot at the space monster. Duff will administer stuff.
I'm on the move. Good as new.
That perhaps puts you in territory to survive.
Affirmative.
Against, further. One more bear stab. Actually, you know what? Oh wait, that empties the entire... So that would instead be kind of terrible. Alright, what other... I got 2 machine gun to work with. Maybe I can just suppress the whale forever. It's gonna run out of meat at some point. There's only so much whale to go around. Rather, I would expect there would only be so much whale to go around. It is entirely possible that here on Mr. Solomon's Wild Ride, there is an infinite capacity for whale. There are people saying it's possible to deplete the whale.
Ready to engage.
Do not move.
Okay, we briefly re-saw the monster.
Deja de quejarte, nenaza.
Delph, watch over them.
Potrzebuję amunicji.
The whale war begins.
That's a load of bull.
Yeah, that's the thing about mechanics. Setting yourself up and, like, waiting for your opportunity to take a shot, being, like, prepared and dug in and ready to go, that actually makes you worse at aiming than your baseline. These are the mysteries.
Объект выведен из строя.
Heading to that location.
See, it's a gameplay conceit to discourage the cautious playstyle that everything about the game demands you engage. Just refill your shotgun. You know, we'd appreciate that that air support, like now, in Situate. We have the technology for close, personalized air support. You'd think Canada, for all the space bucks they're providing for this operation, spare a helicopter? Maybe? You have some sort of Coast Guard, right? Earth's finest. Alright, the bear!
I am moving.
fishing. What a good day for fishing.
Weapons empty. Can't engage.
Baja confirmada. Estoy sin munición. En marcha.
Nothing quite like a fine afternoon of bear fishing.
Ясно в строю.
We're green to go. I am ready.
Świeże peski w magazynku.
Getting the real Newfoundland experience here.
Me dirijo allí.
The great outdoors. The salt air.
Tout de suite.
You've not lived till you've experienced a round of traditional bear fishing.
Поняла. Krzyżyk na drogę.
Takes you back.
See you in hell.
Look, Bradford has raised a very useful scientific question. How many bears can you fit in a whale? There's only one way to find out. We're not going to get this kind of experience in the lab without a great degree of expense. Nature has handed us the perfect experiment. By the time this mission is out, we're going to have the definitive count.
Поняла.
Alternatively, you know, we have explosive abound. Why not just destroy the whale? There is only so much whale here. We can pulverize it into uselessness.
Moving to designated position.
That is not what I wanted you to do, Zhang. You fool. Why did that button mean that? Now we're in peril. Zhang has shown excessive enthusiasm for fishing. He's gone and fallen in. Somebody get the stick.
Back off.
Man in the water. Just have to watch over him. He's afloat for now. We'll just be sure to pull him out in a moment. Man is nature's bait. And they just decided not. They're curious, but they're still just trying to get his scent. Bear is inquisitive by nature.
Understood. Moving out.
Cowardly and superstitious animal, the bear. Fortunately, there's no such thing as a bear fragment, so we don't have to worry about anybody at R&D getting fussy about pulverizing the bear meat. No one can tell the difference. 9 out of 10 taste tests entirely corroborate. Alright, Zhang, how you doing down there? You wanna finish your fun run back up to the rest of the crew?
Understood. Moving out.
We worry about you, buddy. Nobody else here at the department wants to give up their new good friend in pursuit of victory.
J'ai plus de munitions. С этим разобрались.
Fishing.
Negative, damn. Need a resupply.
Pero cargas.
Ah, there's a spry fella. Howdy, little bear buddy. Bears do not use other bear meat because thermodynamics. That would be cannibalism. That'd be gross. Bears have standards. Alright, the hive seems to be quieting down. May almost be at time to get our final count on bears per whale. The definitive ratio is near.
On my way.
J'y vais.
I feel like we're owed one more. I thought another had successfully hatched that we haven't accounted for yet in the kill pile. Maybe they're just tired. In which case, let us administer noise.
Afirmativo.
The ship's transponder is active and transmitting. You need to get moving, Strike One. That whole place is going up in a matter of minutes, and anyone left behind is as good as dead. New objective received.
The whole place is going up. Note, the airstrike we just called is not some sort of precision surgical thing that you might need a fancy gizmo to triangulate on because you want to destroy just the one thing and not destroy the other surrounding things. They're just torching the entire village, for which you need roughly zero guidance beyond a compass and a map. Because they know where this town is. It's quite sizable by the standards of airstrikes. Also, the whale does not appear to be generating any more bodies. We might be out of whale. Whale bear may be depleted. I begin to suspect everything is fine. And somebody is just getting real antsy with the buttons. I may have just depleted this whale. It could just be done. Whale accomplished. Everyone go home.
Understood. Moving out. I understand.
Just an ordinary day of Earth defense fishing.
Merci, je bouge.
There we go, now the whale is vibrating.
Copy that. Going there now.
You see that? Поняла. Je vais vers la position.
Yeah, this all sounds like a plan to me. Just pile everybody up. High density field of fire. Also, remember to be courteous and not block exits during a bear scenario. Pop out of cover, turn around, brandish the medkit at the area you used to be standing in.
Cible n'a rien.
Adjusting A rounds.
Are you, though? Are you adjusting? What adjustments can we make to this situation? What adjustments are available to your attitude? Alright, so let's see, just to be clear. Right, both the high and low roads are acceptable. High is preferable.
Let me reload.
So let's do that.
Двигаюсь на позицию. Bien, commandant. Je vais commencer à les compter.
Also, if we're gonna bring the house down, how do we recover all the bear pelts? The situation raises questions. Or we don't receive any bear pelts, because that's exactly the kind of operation that we're running here. Why even get up in the morning if you're not going to come home after a hard working day with an arm full of bear pelts? Alright, with the one turn of edge, we might be able to get work done by just starting to sprint now.
Moving on target.
This is enough buffer that we're not at immediate danger.
Je fonce.
And the difference between non-immediate danger and immediate danger gives us all the time in the world to retaliate.
Начинаю движение.
Especially when we have the supports who are so flexible with their move speed. Kerrigan can keep an eye on everyone. Our good and wonderful friend who we would never leave behind at the mercy of a rampaging swarm of bears.
El disparo no ha dado.
Hi, bear. Alright, so the difference between the immediate danger and the not has occurred. We're here now. That was precisely the level of flexibility we have.
Strike one. That airstrike is closing in your position.
Finally calibrated.
Evac point before it's too late.
Иду. Проблема решена.
Who best to do moves? Okay, good. That is still sight range. Let's remain cautious about the arbitrary cutoff point at which gun ceases to function. Very good. And that puts us quite nice and perilously close to our exit point 4 turns from now. Where, yeah, we're at 2 sprints.
I'm on the move.
Yep, things are looking good, feeling good. Just maintain unit cohesion. The one unaccounted for shark. Nearly home, though. Just drop some holograms.
Affirmative.
At this distance, maybe the whale bears have forgotten that we're here.
The mark is down.
They are newborn bear. They've not had a chance to catch the scent of human. They know only whale.
You're running out of time, Strike One. The airstrike will be there any minute. Get moving.
Paso ligero. Приказ получен, командир.
Time to move. Target confirmed.
It concerns a little that nothing in the UI is reacting to the fact that I'm putting people in the magic circle.
Severe.
The corner of the extraction zone is not inside the extraction zone. Also, excuse me, what? Okay, nobody... So the corner is the zone, but it's not the zone. The quantum zone. safe. It's good. Fishing. Fish down. Fish down. The soldier is alive and dead until we open the personnel files back at base. Everyone's fine. 3 wounded, 3 intact. All's well. The deep pockets. The low profile. I want that sprint for Duff. Speed Duff is very important. Grenades, or on the other hand, danger zone. Grenades are grenades, but a zone of danger. Knife icon when knives will not occur until the sequel. Or danger buff. Oh wait, yeah, this is the free reaction shots against everybody all the time. Personal space bubble. That's the move. Global panic reduction due to phishing. We'll all be watching. The fishing. Everyone gets to take it easy. Just fish. Good fishing. Now we know if the arc thrower. Oh yeah, give me nav computer. Give me confirmation that we don't get any bear pelts for the Kill 40 Bears mission. We'll find more somewhere. Somewhen. Where, let's see, for right away I want to build 1 taser. 14 books. Easily facilitated. So it is.
Satellite uplink complete.
Uplink online. Right, we're waiting for new things to be built to launch. Those show up over the next fortnight and change.
Commander.
Time for some classic abductions.
For assistance.
Oh
Abductions
no,
in
Hong
progress on the
Kong.
hollow.
Mexico. Mexico we can definitely ignore since we have all this lovely protective coverage over North America. Things are quite relaxed. So it's a question of China or Egypt. And of those... present situation is that Africa is very stressed. So let's go for Egypt. Whereas in Asia, only India is a little under strain. We can fix that with satellites. I mean, China would also give us cash, but engineers are cash in the long term. Alright, free up the items. Two assault, two sniper, a support, and a heavy. Seems like a serviceable team. Just get everybody up to date. Yeah, congratulations, you get to arc throw. You will be right there on the front lines to get the latest news. We've equipped you with the microphone. Get in there and do the interview. And Duff is sole support. Well, do we have our other support available? We got Wilson, but Wilson is also new. Yeah, let's bring Medicinal Boo. Everyone's wearing the fancy plates. Everyone applicable has a laser. System works. As long as I push the button to then proceed with the remaining elements. Yeah, let's do that.
Visual on the mission site. Setting down.
We're dropping you just inside the Egyptian border. We're still picking up transmissions indicating alien movement in one of their major city centers. We should get down there and secure the area ASAP.
Team is looking far more presentable these days.
Solid copy, Big Sky. Strike one is cleared to engage.
And back to our usual bread and butter operation. Gunk harvesting. Get out there and find that soup. Just be defensive on the opener. Get a sampling of the local noises. There's skunk that way. And there's a corner of the battlefield that way. Alright, there's the first gunk. It's not far off, and this corner is clean. We're in position to go for the old run and gun next round. Right, woo. Check this trailer. Trailer looks good. Trailer has revealed location of second gunk. Nice. Smooth move, smooth. Lowrider goes high. Claymore also goes high. Or go half and throw our first scan orb. Nice. Good intel.
Headed there now.
All stuff inside. Hostile shushing noises confirmed. Thinmen confirmed. Thinmen have ups. And how many more pods are going to deploy? None. Shocking. What a scoop! All the news that's fit to kill. Alright, take position, and... Nah, not worth it to release second orb. Just rest easy.
Yes, Commander.
Really? Truly? Is this something you're going to... You sure about that? Right, they don't exist yet. They're not real. Technically, no one can see them, even though Orb can see them. Orb is not people. Yet. Still have to get that through Parliament. See, and now we just lose our opportunity to things. If it worked any other way, the situation would be too symmetrical. That leads to extinction. Everything that's doomed to die shows excessive symmetry. Right, so something else still remains. There we go. There's some fellows. I would prefer to orchestrate a capture, since it's convenient right now. We got, like, 2 things left alive, probably. Just gotta close in. Seal that deal. We got a hot tip! Get a scan orb out to the other side of this trailer. Or onto its roof. Supposing it can see down. There you are. Perfect.
Сканируй сектор.
Alright, we have full information.
Heading to that location.
There's now. Duff covers there. And other members of team get into position to start running interference. When it's time to go for the move. Alright, so let me confirm something about how this works. Or not be able to confirm immediately for reasons. Just rush in there. Higher chance of your 3 health or lower. So if I can just graze that one. Just give it a tap. Like so. Then we can secure that interview.
Excellent. Now we can begin preparing for the interrogation.
Story of the century.
I'm about to start keeping score.
And something else remains? Hmm. Ah, Floatman. Of course not.
Heading to that location.
Yes, grr, rar. Hover menacingly. Oh, that was receiving further confirmation that yes, there are hovermen there. The rare chance to see the thing that can't see you. They are beyond the arbitrary range of my rocket launcher. Tragedy beyond measure. This may be our big chance to ask hard-hitting questions. High explosive reporting. You stuffed it, Duff. Yeah, that was a flush. The closing orb. So there you are. And here's O'Connell. Not yet in range for interviewing. Gotta get him closer. Gotta be ready to take those big risks. Earth defense journalism demands no less. Alright, you don't know how to suppress yet. That's fair. Gonna take it easy here. I'm trying to be surgical. Surgical machine gun. Alright, let's see my options for trying to do chip damage. Mostly pistols. Although, can I zap him while he's airborne? It looks to be valid.
I'll get him next time.
Alright, now or never. Or not now, because I don't have run gun charged and ready. Damn it. Well, these things happen. See if it'll work anyway. Just charge them in there and see what happens. You can take a hit anyway. Fool. You are now covered in my blood, which makes me the victor.
Another one down. Good work, Commander.
That's the way the news goes. Sergeant Duff.
I know it wasn't easy, but this could really be a turning point in our research. Not only can we interrogate the subject, but bringing an alien back alive provides us with a much better understanding of their physiology. Impressive work indeed. Preparations in the containment facility are well underway.
We will be in touch, Commander.
That's a fine looking situation. Yeah, we just kind of realigned where all the bits go. Yeah, floaters use rifles. We got a rifle. That good stuff.
The new engineers arrived this morning, Commander. We're always glad to have more help down here.
Those hot tips. The meat lab is online.
Commander, the genetics lab is now prepped and fully stocked. We can begin genetic modification of our soldiers on your order. This facility will be the nerve center of our genetic modification program. Our soldiers will receive entirely new capabilities, making them more effective on the battlefield than ever before.
So, we now have one of our receiving sites for gunk here in the biohouse. You can see we have 5 modifiable organs, various noises that can be applied. We unlock more of these by doing autopsies. That's the sound depth perception makes. Just when your brain, just on the fly, calculates distance based on difference in angle between 2 sensors and known distance apart. It's that depth.
I'll have the selected volunteer sent to surgical prep immediately. Once the genetic modification is complete, I will notify you directly.
No, we need more cash. But we have an abundance of meld.
The meld substance has been enormously valuable in advancing our theories on genetic modification.
Valen, get your dialogue box out of the way of the rest of my UI. If you're gonna blather on, at least speak over here in this corner where nothing's competing for your time.
Alien physiology into our genetic enhancement programs. It may be asking too much of our soldiers. They would be even more capable on the battlefield.
And yeah, more of that kind of filler noise that sort of falls on deaf ears here. As far as the path is, you want us to put the lives of soldiers in danger? That's their job. That's what soldiers do. You're telling me soldiers will get shot at on a battlefield? Also, you want to ask soldiers to volunteer to try crazy things to kill better? You know, just 60 years ago, we convinced people to start jumping out of planes as a way to enter combat. Don't worry, this backpack is full of cloth and rope. It will bring you to safety. Just pull this string and you will land more slowly than you would have somewhere. Just wiggle your arms, just so, and you'll probably land near where your friends are. People were willing to do this, to win. The sound of vision enhancement.
Excellent. We'll begin prepping the candidate for surgery immediately. I will notify you when the genetic...
I would consider the bone marrow upgrade to be not particularly valuable. I mean, it has the strategic use of faster recovery from injury, but all the other ways you can augment a soldier will let you prevent those injuries from ever happening by destroying your enemy faster.
Commander, our satellite is prepped and standing by for launch. We are ready to deploy it on your orders.
Yeah, so given that I have capacity for 3, 1 available now, 1 already paid for in the pipe. And yeah, China is the most directly valuable of all of these at the moment, so I'll go ahead and equip China. And then maybe gray market up another satellite worth of material? I need $90.
research team.
I'm sorry, which job is yours, Brad? Oh, right, it's answering the phones. That's what you do. We dress it up in fancier words. You're my secretary. That's what you're for. You compile a nice orderly list of bullet points of people who called the bunker today and what they wanted to ask about, so that everyone else can then make decisions about important Earth defense things while you get us coffee. That's your job, Bradford. You should be grateful to have it. So yeah, review the engineering queue. 14 days to a satellite. Current satellite price sitting at $58. So yeah, for just 41 in loot, I could have another thrown onto the pile ready to go. That's not too much to ask. Yeah, just 9 corpses. And research team is already working on the nav computer. Once that's done, we get the fancier satellite uplinks. So we'll install one of those and then probably swap out one of the existing uplinks for a Nexus, because 2 regular and 2 Nexus is enough for all the satellite capacity you need for the world. At reasonable density and cost effectiveness.
Contact detected.
Nice. Landed scout. Fully intact vessel. Opportunity to throw more rookies at the situation. Where, let me see, just a review here. Yeah, we got 4 class-having people currently ready. Sniper heavy, 2 supports. Tag in some rookies. Let them experience the moves. Let them try out the lasers. Or wait, no. Prioritize giving laser rifles to people with proper gear. Or I could buy more laser on short notice. Definitely give one of the rookies the arc thrower. We'll never stop loving that animation of their arm kind of zooping back out from behind after trading out a weapon. Congratulations, Lazaro. You get to investigate. So let's see, I think your default color scheme right now. Let's change that, yeah. Huh, a cosmetic knife. standard tint is not sufficient to capture the importance of that high visibility duff. Yeah, it's a full spread of carapace. And just the lingering question of, do I want to give... Do I want to give the rookies laser rifles, or just let them settle for bullet for now? I mean, they have laser pistol, and that kind of evens out the performance. Laser pistol and their grenade chassis. Yeah, this will be fine.
Listen up. We're going to be dropping you deep in the Nigerian interior for the next operation. Reports indicate the UFOs set down in a sparsely populated area. We need to...
And here we are, deep in Nigerian Vancouver.
Big Sky. Strike one. You are green to deploy. Approach with extreme caution. Current enemy status at the site is unknown.
Right, currently available rookies, Mercer, and Lazaro. Wait, Duff earned his name. Rogue Duff.
Yes, Commander. Visual on the goods.
And we have a firm goods visual to open on.
Heading out. Just un momento. Just un momento.
Copy that.
Duff's basic move is nearly as fast as a rookie's full sprint. That's what you get from that patented stuff.
Verstanden, Commander. Heading out.
Heading to that location.
Alright, stuff tenuously secure.
Dirigo quella posizione.
On the move.
Not really in a position where a scan orb is particularly useful yet.
On the move.
We'll get there.
What was that sound?
That was that sound. To review. Sounds detected thus far. Blah, blah, ha. Some degree of Bradford, are you getting this down? Take notes. Earth defense requires highly detailed reports on all alien noises. Any one of them could prove of vital strategic importance.
Double time. Double time.
Yeah, all the abandoned, rusted out cars and piles of automotive garbage. Classic Vancouver. Deep in the interior.
I'm rolling. Okay.
Sí, señor comandante.
On the move. Scanner in the air.
It doesn't do much for our vision, but it does mean we keep persistent eyes on one of the doors.
I'm on the move.
And there's the other.
Attenzione, bestätigt. Heading to that location.
Right, so there's definitely some of them just behind the field. The stench is inside. Gotta go in there. We have definite evidence of that gunk funk.
Good to go.
It's a little weird that we haven't encountered a patrol. The magic incantation that we use to provoke the patrol into wandering into sight. The spell is not connected. I may need to invoke more powerful enchantments. I guess that means there's no one out here. Better lower my guard and move in for the kill. Home by Christmas.
Moving out.
Can I get a scan orb through the wall? Not from here.
On the move. Begebe mich auf Position. Moving out.
Moving with caution. Since if we play this right, there we go. That must be patrol. And there's other patrol. Good. Because if we unfold this right, we can capture our outsider. That's a plot marker thing. That's on the checklist. It's one of the moves.
X-rays coming in from the sides.
Also, meanwhile, out on the strategic layer. I could, with a little bit of effort. I'm very close to securing the South America bonus here in the very slim, tenuous context where it's relevant. You don't know how to holo target.
Headed there now.
Alright, one in the field. Give a 50-50 there. Can Duff stuff at this range? With a short move, yes. Duff can be there.
That's affirmative. Smoke's in the air.
Everything is in Duff range. Right, you invested in that other move that means you're gonna fire many bullets from many a gun.
Will do. Damn it! Enemy is still alive.
Alright, you chill out back here. Wait for the hostiles to approach. You start to fade back in anticipation of whatever's gonna creep in from this direction and give me guff. Right, they can just teleport. That's what jets do for you. Just go wherever. That good feature. And ghosts. Maybe I can tase a ghost. Howdy, neighbor.
Kill confirmed. Fight for kill. On my way.
Alright, now we bunch up. Brace for ghost attack. If I get a good opportunity, I will try to outsider capture during this mission. If it doesn't come up, it doesn't come up. All sorts of things could get in the way. Duff's getting guff. He's the other one. Wherever it is. Scan orb. Are we haunted? There it is. Alright, rookie, stay cool. It's all part of the routine of... Actually, I can't tase you. There's perhaps no such thing as a ghost capture. Well, in that case, here's your first kill. Team building exercise regardless. No mercy for ghosts. I suppose, really, if you're being if it's not a live capture if it's a ghost. And it is okay to shoot robots. It's a universal truth.
Heading out. Back in. What was that sound?
I don't know, go find out. Let's take this mysterious space technology and give it a friendly pat on the noggin.
Heading to that location.
Oh, this bit isn't a door. Alright.
Torcedo.
Roger that.
On the move.
Yeah, just get everybody slid up and ready to go from. Alright, confirmation that the gunk is offline.
Sí, señor comandante.
You always know when gunk's gone cold. We've at least secured half the gunk.
Got it, Gunner.
Locked and loaded. On the move.
En bewegung. Heading to that location.
Each canister is worth a static 10 gunk.
Shh. You hear that?
You hear that?
Shot failed to connect.
Just, oh, what was that noise? The situation where they are, in fact, as afraid as we are. Ah, Chaos reigns. Good opening move. Wait, hold on. Let me unravel that. Where are you? That the sniper cannot hit you. This goodly support can. But strange geometry. It was a perfectly good core.
Sí, señor comandante.
That's affirmative.
Aye, aye, Commander.
I feel like the enemy spotted buzz was in that cluster of noise somewhere.
Heading out.
It's a terribly rude noise to include in the ordinary cycle.
Sí, señor comandante.
Solid copy.
Silenzio. Sentito qualcosa?
There's the other core.
Did you hear something?
Duff hears all. So we have 2 remaining pod.
Sto muovendo.
On the move.
And 2 fire teams to approach it with.
Copy that.
X-ray spot.
There's the one. Who are now huddled behind the core. And I do not have a squad sight on either of them. Let's take a look here. Guaranteed kill. Non-guaranteed kill of target squatting behind valuable technology. Solve this. Nice and dependable as it is.
I'm on it, Commander.
And now trust in scope.
Negative damage.
Scope is underperformed. Trust in grenade. Fine throw. Whatever that was, patented.
Moving out.
Heading out.
Heading there now. Ready to engage. Verstanden, los geht's!
Opposition is running out of places to hide.
Rolling.
Rapidly closing in on the final chamber.
I'm rolling. Shh, you hear that? Solid copy. It's go time.
Room service. Alright. Let's get team in position.
On the move.
That will allow the one turn
I'm rolling.
to go for the catch. There's nobody who would not survive getting scratched by this fellow. So just everybody hunker. Okay, first rookie.
Solid copy.
Run in there and eat any Overwatch. Nice. Smooth moves, Mercer. And second rookie. Attempt diplomacy.
Excellent work. We'll begin analyzing this new artifact as soon as you return.
Commander, the operation was a success.
Hospitality administered.
Is that all that's left of the specimen we attempted to capture?
There it
I
is.
believe we may have found the source of the strange readings we picked up when we first encountered it.
What is it, Doctor?
We're not exactly sure. It's organic in nature, yet highly magnetized, and it appears to resonate very faintly within a specific electromagnetic spectrum.
It's made of carbon.
How or...
Perhaps that's because this is outside your field.
Magnetocarbon.
If what you're saying is true, this object is an antenna, one that's receiving a signal.
That signal. Can we trace it?
No, at least not yet. We would first need to determine its encryption algorithm.
My team can handle that.
In that case, I will focus on constructing an interface between this object and our global communications array, which we'll need to trace the signal.
Then it looks like researching this crystal should be our top priority.
What good information we just acquired. Reviving. Or suppressify. Revive. Yeah. Duff is very medical. Duff is here for you. Duff will get you home safe and sound. I barely use rockets, but I may as well have someone equipped to shred. And finally another assault appears. Welcome to the team, Lazaro. Your color scheme awaits you at a future juncture. That good alloy. Let's push our luck and see what happens after. Let's go for that 3 days. Let's get our satellite operational. Firmly in a wind down period now. Should another mission spring up and interrupt the workflow, we'll just kind of leave that as a cliffhanger. Interrogations would be very fast. However, over on the big board... yeah, if I just satellite Brazil, I will have instant interrogations. Decisions. You know what, hang on, let me,
Attacks have become more frequent. Our casualty rate has climbed. Our troop shortage is becoming
next is $250, and we don't have enough engineers to run it anyway. Yet. Where, let's see, engineering is at 30. Yeah, so next month, at minimum, we'll be good for that. Capacity for 2 more satellites at current loadout, both of which are in the build queue. So, yeah, if I did satellite to Brazil, I'd have instant interrogations. I can wait around for that. That can be part of next month's satellite blitz. For now, we'll focus on panic mitigations. We still have a couple hotspots remaining that need to be brought under control. So for the time being, discover more lasers? Yeah, discover more lasers. Plasma in due time. Yeah, let those folks get back from the gene tubes.
We're on the threshold of a new kind of warfare. Our soldiers were already humanity's best ones.
Now they can perceive depth. Something man has long dreamed of. This forbidden, divine fire finally carried down to us. Nobody gonna swab her off? We don't have somebody on hand, but someone give her a towel.
Better depth perception and visual processing will allow our soldiers to take greater advantage of elevated firing positions.
Right, each of these has an explanation the first time they occur.
We have a secure transmission coming in from the Council, Commander.
Ooh, a situation. The next slingshot mission. Be it noted. Next time, we'll confound light. The year, 2015. 16th of May. A time for Earth defense. One word. OneWordCom.